Hey, welcome to the corner bird stream. I'm doing the same stuff. Well, I really sound so tired today. I should have had my coffee. Kind of like made a bad decision of only drinking espresso coffee, and I feel like I don't have enough caffeine right now in me. But it's getting late for coffee, so hopefully I can make it through this session today. Well, as usual, I'm going to go through what I did off stream, I guess last night. Yeah, so I did some changes from the last stream. What else did I do? I guess I did that, and I did this. Yeah, so well, I'll just go through the task renders that I exported out of Blender, and let me drink some water first. Okay, so arrow keys. Yeah, before I go through the different the changes I made last night after I stopped streaming, I will just go through these renders and kind of like, I don't know, just go through them. So like, these were the very first lighting setup for this snake cam. So like, I had this idea of lighting the snake and the bird from below. I think it helps to elevate them, like to make it seem more, or like in my boyfriend's word, like they look like they're flying in the air this way, which is cool. And then testing the different HDRIs. I think I end up using this one. Is it this one? Yeah, but like just with very with very low intensity, because I only want to get these highlights. Oh, I guess this is called rim lights. Then testing the different materials, testing dual materials. This super fast diffuse material made super quickly, but I like how it creates these things here. But it seems like this material doesn't really work with the other camera angles, so yeah, I guess it's just for my own reference. Then the different materials, glass, because I like glass, but it's not going to be posted online, just for my own reference too. I think this was I have a main camera angle that like if I have a art station post, most likely this angle is going to be the first on the page, kind of like the first upload in that post. So I was just looking at how this lighting looks from this angle. I think it looks like a light that I can use for this piece. Then setting up lights for the other camera angle, and doing I really like how the red light, I think there's I'm not sure whether there's like a area light somewhere here, or like maybe a point light here or something, but it's kind of like reddish tone, and it's either reflected on this or it's behind the wings and it's going through the glass. I'm not really sure which one is, because I'm seeing based on this rim light here that's probably from a light source here. So that's yeah, I really like how this looks, but again, this is not going to be a thing that I post. It's just like for my own self satisfaction. Then yeah, I'm still not really sure about the gold, but if I'm going to do like my final renders, I think I will start going into the individual pieces and put, like, let's say the ladder strap around the legs. Most likely that will be like a gold piece. Also the spears, kind of like the metal parts, I think it makes more sense to be metal. I'm not really sure, but I guess just like the first project I did, it's really just assigning them and like assigning the different parts which I feel like maybe it might work, and if it doesn't work then I'll just revert it back. Like, I'm not really sure whether I want, like, in some sense the wings are called like a different material from the snake and Messmer. So like in my in my head I would think like, oh, I'm gonna make this gold in the final renders, but yeah, I still don't have an idea of like which parts will look good in gold and which parts wouldn't. And also like the ridges here look really nice, so maybe I might end up just keeping this as like the same pearl material and only reserve the gold pieces for like the non-animated animated objects. So this is a different camera angle with, I think something that I like to use is the volume fog to just break up this uniform background. I mean, I think it can be done in like a post-processing step after I render like all the different passes. But then yeah, like if I can do it in Blender, that is cool too. So yeah, so like you see the difference. I mean, the lighting is very different, so you should like ignore the difference in lighting, but yeah, it makes a huge difference just having all these smoke coming in the background. And I think this is I'm not sure whether this is the final look that yeah, like the difference between this and this, like there is a material, there's no lighting difference since the number of point lights and area lights are the same. But like from this to this, it's just the difference in creating this greenish tone to this red tint, something like that. But I was thinking like the red kind of like stands out too much from the green, so that was what I kind of like toned down a little bit. But yeah, I'm not really sure whether I want to. I kind of like this green because it reminds me of the gameplay trailer, the colors of the arena. But yeah, I think the colors are all really minor changes that can be done when I'm done with all the renders. And then I'm doing like I think I put it here, future to-dos, unify lighting colors across all renders. So like I have I have this angle, I have this angle. So one of the issues with, oh, what's this? Actually, this looks quite cool. Let me just render this. Yeah, something that I noticed from last night is that the colors across all my renders are a bit different. So, but it's not like it's very easy to change the light, the colors of the light. So it's not something that I'm going to work on at this moment, I think. I'm not really sure. And then this is the top lighting. I'm just reusing the existing lights for other camera angles, and I think some of them work. And then near the end of the last stream yesterday's stream, I just realized that maybe I should try and put the fog in the other camera angles. So this was the original lighting that I did for this shot, and then this is with the fog, and I think it helps to blend areas like this, or blend areas like this, because they're not the main attraction in a way for this shot. So I think like that's a good change. The only thing is that now there's a point light here, and point lights, they kind of become a glowing orb in fog. So that was something that I changed. This one too, I was like, oh, it looks more like what I want it to look like. Like in some sense, this looks a bit too clean for me. So yeah, so like last night was just after I finished the stream, it was just about adjusting the existing lights I did during the stream and putting it, adjusting the lights so that they fit with the new setup with the volume fog, something like that. Also, something that I noticed is that, like, even though I intentionally light the scene over here, and for this one, when I was testing the lighting in this scene for this shot, it looked like this, and it looked really nice because there's like color variations. There's like the red light, the green light. The light that I didn't hit Messmer too hard. So like if you look at the older one, you see like the way that I put the lighting, it hits this really hard. So it kind of like makes this whole part white, like too bright. Whereas this one is more separation in a way. So I mean, it's kind of like personal preference too, I guess. There's like some qualities that I like in here and some in that. But yeah, so like this was just me seeing the what lights from this angle, what they are doing to this angle here. So this is like the side red light, and then just building up. Oh, and this is the fill light that has a bit of a greenish tone to it, which I thought like it's really nice. And then this is the combination of this plus this, and the bottom lighting from the snake cam. And I think I ended up doing this as the kind of like the finalized, not really final. What do you call a final that's not final? But so this is the current, the latest setup for the snake cam. I think going forward, in the future I will be adjusting the colors, because I kind of like this quite a lot too. And like it's good that I tried to go into like putting different hues or like more saturation in the light. Then that way I can put the limit to like, oh, this is like the max saturation that I would go for, and I wouldn't go beyond this in terms of color saturation. But I think yeah, I guess I like how white lights have this like, yeah, like they just seem really bright. So I think, I mean, I guess I can fix that by just increasing the intensity. But yeah, I think like going forward, especially like across all the shots, I'll probably reduce the saturation for this one. And then the same thing for this. So from this experience here, I was like, oh, maybe I should see whether or not the lights in this camera angle works for this one. And I think it helps. So yeah, so this is another build up of the lights in the scene. So I like the bottom lights from the snake cam. I think it helps a lot for areas like this. But this was too bright, so as I was building up the scene, I duplicated the lights that I wanted from this camera angle, and then I adjusted the color so that it's not so saturated and reduce it down so that it's not like overly too bright there, because the main focus should be around here. I think I did some like really minor hue changes. Like the cape was a bit like tiny bit towards the red, and I just shifted it a little bit towards green. So it's like super small changes like here and there. And also I mean, even though in the stream I say that I'm not going to bother putting extra flames in the background to fill up the back, I was just like, you know, I should just try. And then when I tried it, it looked really nice. So I was like spending some time adjusting the positions or like duplicating some of them to put in the background. So I think this is the final look. So if you look at this, wait, what did I do? No, stop doing this. Sometimes I mess the what's that? I mix up the shortcut keys in my head. I think it's snake keep cam. Okay. Yeah, so there's all these extra things like that. And they're just I just place it in this. I guess you can see it here. Like this is before and this is after. I think something else that I took time to adjust to is the kind of like the angle of where this hits. So like something like this would be too straight on. So I rotated it this way so that it shows the curves like that. I think the same thing for this, and same thing for this one, where I didn't want this to. One of the problems with this, like this one took a while to adjust because initially I was putting it a bit like larger, and then it kept intersecting with this shape here in the foreground, and it was just like, it was just distracting. I think if I, oh, this looks, which one is this? I guess this looks cool, although let me turn this on. Thing can go back to, where is it? Yeah, so initially this was really in the way. Like, yeah, so when I tested if this flame intersects with this, the shape is like unlike this one. If I intersect, like I find that it really just distracts everything, I think. And maybe it's just like a user error, and like I just didn't find a really good, I just didn't find the right choice for this. But yeah, I'm also wondering if I need to cover this area here, but I feel like I probably don't need to. So this is the final geometry placement and how like the overall lighting setup for this shot. The only thing that I'll change is the same thing, where like I need to match the colors of this shot with this shot. So that's something that I'll do when I have all the cameras set up. And then this one, I didn't want to do like a fresh camera lighting setup for this shot, because this is just like a bonus camera angle anyway. So I kind of like duplicated all the existing lights, and then I just like turn on or like delete the lights based on what I feel works and what doesn't. So I think this was like the light from, I guess this is from the Cape Cam, this lighting. So you can see the HDRI is hitting here, and there's a point light somewhere in the distance that I changed to like a little bit of a green hue. Like I think I just really like this kind of colors. Where you can see like if the point light is in the fog in the camera angle, the camera frame, there's like this halo happening. I mean, not halo, but like there's this celestial body happening here, and it's a bit distracting. So I just shifted it out so that it's just lighting the scene and not creating some sort of presence. So then this is the fill light. There's also like a nice rim that came from this. Wait, oh, it's this one. So this red color, I think like from this angle the goal is here, so that the top view angle is like a complete 180 degrees reverse of this shot. But yeah, like the rim light works really well to just kind of like differentiate the wings from the background, but also give it like a variation in color without it being too obnoxious, I think. Because I don't really like the extreme complementary colors kind of stuff. Like I don't really like that kind of look. So I'm happy that I could find like I'm happy that I could find the hues that I like to see. Although I still feel like maybe this is too much red, so maybe I will tone it down a bit. Like the same thing here. I've already toned it down quite a bit from the original, but because this light was supposed to be just like a rim light for the other shots, whereas like in this shot is showing up a lot more, so the colors will show up a lot more too. That's why I was thinking maybe I will tone it down even more. But it also depends on what the other shots look like, I guess. So that's really like a kind of like post-processing, matching the shots across the board. Kind of remind me of my compositing days, I guess, at the office. Well, like it is very important to to look at the shots before and after, so that the audience doesn't get too like caught off guard when like the shot transitions to something else. And then it's like when if the shot is like overly just like a little bit too green, the audience wouldn't really know like what happened, but they can sense that the colors are different, and it will kind of feel like the two shots weren't happening in the same space and time. Yeah, this is so very important for like the non-action dialogue shots, or maybe especially so during the non what's it called? Yeah, like the non-action dialogue shots, because everything is quite like the camera is really steady and you just focus on people talking, so like you're seeing the faces a lot. But then when you change to another, like maybe if the camera is pointing to the girl and then it points to another character later on in the next shot, which is like maybe just a different camera angle or like a 180 rotation, and the colors are different, like it really stands out a lot. So yeah, that's something that that's like a tip that I appreciate learning from my compositing job. And also, like, even if you shoot your scenes in very similar, like at the same time or same location, like sometimes the colors will be quite different. Like somewhere at the start of the pipeline of a film, I guess a film and VFX pipeline, there will be like a colorist doing the color grading, the initial color grading. But like sometimes the colors will be quite different. I think, yeah, so I'm going to try and match this with the other shots when I'm done with all the camera angles. So this is the fireball. Like Messmer's flame is somewhere here. So there are 2 point lights here, one that is more orange and one's more white. I'm not sure whether I can combine the two of them, but I just kept both of them because they're doing something a bit different. I think like there's 1 point light here and 1 point light here. Yeah, so you can see this is the white color point light over here, and this is the orange point light over here. So I kept both of them. So both of them combined looks like this. And yeah, so that's what I did last night, and I'm going to keep going with the remaining camera shots. I think something I'm not really sure about is, let me check. Sometimes I like to look at the lighting setup that I've done for other shots. Like in this case, I think the lighting, yeah, so like the lights are coming from this, from the lights for this. Where is the camera? Is this the camera? Yeah. So this light, the top view lights, is for this angle. So I'm just looking at how it looks like in a different camera angle. And you can see like these are the extra pieces that I place for this shot. I think it really helps to just like fill up the empty space in the back. Okay, so think I'm just gonna see. Well, I'm still gonna keep the other lighting stuff, but I'll save this as a reference. Let me see. So something that I did off stream is to just adjust the angle for this a little bit. Let me switch these off, and I need to remember to switch this off too. It's to just adjust the camera angle a bit. So like I end up choosing this rotation where like there's this diagonal line happening this way, so that like the different characters are not too like not too straight on like this. And also I found that like through just shifting things a little bit and rendering to see how it looks like, that putting the base around this line here, like having the wings occupy this space and having this negative space here, like it, or like having Messmer in this position here, helped to kind of make the shot feel a bit more balanced to me, in my opinion. So I'm glad that the camera angle for this is finally done. I think, yeah, I managed to do quite a bit. I think, yeah, so I managed to finish 4 different lightings for 4 cameras, and just color. Now it's the flames and main cam. I'm gonna work on the flames first because that one is another like bonus camera angle. Where is it? I think it's this one. And I guess just making sure that the background plane is cutting off outside of the camera frame, which is good. Now, doing the same as yesterday, I'm going to see the different lightings with this. I think since I just need to like orient my brain a little bit with this stuff because the outliner is getting a bit too long for me to process. So the cape cam is here, the lights are here. I think I should just put this up here so that's the same as every other thing. Yeah, so this was the light that I created when there was no fog, but I think when there's volumetric fog coming in, it also blocks quite a bit of the HDR light, so I need to adjust. And also like the lights will be a bit darker from it going through like smoke clouds. So these were the adjustments that I made for that. Face lights. I guess I should just put this color in yellow, just so that all the lights are a yellow colored collection. And then main lights. So I have face lights, I have snake lights, I have cape lights, and now the top view lights. Okay, so same thing, I'm just going to render this and just like see how the existing lights look with this angle here. As much as I say in the last stream, at the end of the last stream, that I really like how my intentionally placed lighting is working out well. Because I think like it's more often than not, especially when I'm just starting out, that the lights that I placed randomly would look better than the ones that I will intentionally put down, which is quite annoying. Like it can get quite annoying because it kind of feels like, oh, I just get them out like based on luck. But like this one compared to, but like when I was setting this up, I guess this is just like a learning point that I realized yesterday, that with this like intentional light setup, it was nice, but then I wouldn't have thought of like putting a red color rim on this side or like a green color light here. And yeah, so there's like some stuff that works well in this, but the lights that I did for another camera angle was working out well without me knowing that it would work out that well. Which also brought me to another learning point, that in the future projects that I'll be doing, I think maybe the next project that I'll do would be like I think I'll be doing Rani the Witch sculpt with Torrent, because I haven't sculpted horses before, or like animals. Or the only animals that I've sculpted is the snake and the bird for this project. So I think that would be a cool challenge to do. And like with Elden Ring, I finished the Rani quest line, so it's quite special to me. Especially like getting the Moonlight Greatsword. So yeah. So like one of the learning points that I got. And like I feel like I'm so long-winded today because I have no caffeine. Oh, I guess I'm usually very long-winded because I have no like structure. Well, one of the learning points is that it's really good to set up multiple camera angles for a single shot, and then doing the lighting for the different angles, and then testing the lighting. Oh, which reminds me, I should be. I want to test this now. And then testing the different lightings for the like a different camera angle, and see like what works and what doesn't. And I feel like that is a really good learning experience for me, because like because of my lack of experience with lighting and rendering, if I if I just do things based on my lack of experience, I feel like I would never ever like think that putting lights in different places would work the way that it did, if you get what I mean. Yeah, so like putting the different camera angles was really helpful for me to get closer and closer to the vision that I want for my work, I guess. Also because of like my lack of experience, that just placing a bunch of lights and like seeing how they look like with different camera angles really worked out. Yeah. Like in some sense I'm quite, there's like a bit of sadness that like right off the bat I didn't think of like putting this over here, this one. But then at the same time I'm like, oh, I really lack the experience to know what looks good or what works. So yeah, it's just really cool that I can keep improving every day. Okay, let me just check this. I think there's something else that I fixed with this. I think if you compare this to this, yeah, if you compare this to this one, I changed the fog a little bit, because in the fog setup that I have for the volume setup that I have for the other camera shots, they don't work out well for this specific angle. Like you can see there's like a sudden empty area right here, or like over here and here, and there's like too much smoke happening right here. So I kind of like shifted the I duplicated the volume, which is this one. I think it's easier for here. So I duplicated this existing volume box from, was taking a really long time. I hope it's fine. My god, that was quite scary. I don't know why it's taking so long. Yeah, so I think this lighting is a bit too dark. Where is, maybe if I just like turn this on. Yeah, so there's this cube that has like a noise texture in 3D space, and it was not working out in this, for this one. I've checked it with the other camera angles and they all work. So with this one, it's just like too much contrast in different areas that I don't like. There's also like too much fog here, and then suddenly it cuts to this super dark background, which I also don't like. So I just like adjusted it a little bit so that there's like a softer gradient to it. So that was what I was checking out to see if this or this works better. And I think the first one works a lot better for this one too, because like the fog is like higher up in the shot, whereas it's lower down. So in the shot it blocks a lot of light from here. Like really, it's a really minor change, but it really affects the lighting quite a bit. So this one too, overall is brighter than the first one. Yeah, so I'll be sticking with the original one for this shot, and I'm just going to check that it's the correct angle. Things I look out for the volumes too is the shapes of the clouds. So like I find this shape happening here like completely fine. The gradient here, the diagonals here are quite good too. And the thing is that you can probably spend like 5 hours just tweaking the, like transforming the fog to get like the perfect one, but I'm not gonna do that. I know that I'm really capable of doing that. I'm like spending the next 5 hours just tweaking this, but yeah, I'm very happy with how it turns out right now. Also, if like I don't like this square section here, you see like this like that, I can just fix it in post. Like right now I put a little, I mean it might be the denoise anyway that's doing that. So like right now I'm just doing low resolution renders for my test. So I put like a fake grain over it just so that they look less like this. I just like the grain. Okay, so testing this, it's working out. It's the correct one. So now I can test the other one. Now it's to keep like if I can find a perfect lighting setup from another camera angle that is perfect for this one, I'll be quite happy to just use that too, because this is yeah, this is just a bonus angle. Yeah, this one's a bit too much. So like the thing with the point light creating like a celestial body somewhere in the shot, there's some sort of like similar problem with area lights when it comes to the fog, where when the light is like too big and too bright, I think, for an area light off screen, you can see like it starts lighting up a lot of the volumes, so the whole shot becomes really hazy. Like this is the clearest example where like this is kind of like still borderline okay, and then this one, there's an area like hitting one of the fog that is, I guess it's like a bit higher up or something. I'm not really sure, like I'm not really that technical. So yeah, so like this is happening mildly in this. Yeah, but I kind of still like some of the qualities of what it's doing here. But it's a very different look, I guess. So like depending on what I want the other shots to look like, this one will follow it. Because like something like this, where there are more things in the shadow, is a completely different look from something like this. Like this is more high contrast. Oh, speaking of high contrast, I also swapped the look, the color management look, to a high contrast. Like so this is like medium low contrast. which is quite a cool look on its own too. High contrast. But like, I guess for something to stand out in a post, this kind of like works better. Actually, let me just look. So many possibilities. Yeah, this one is like I guess it makes it a bit more painterly or something. But yeah, this thing is let's see, very high contrast. Yeah, I think this is too much. I think initially I was doing medium high contrast, but I was seeing that like high contrast just works better, I think. Just for the like all these, where is it? Like these are all high contrast. This high contrast. But this is really easy to change, and it, like if you just look at the viewport, it also changes everything. It's just an overlay. Let me just check that. Oh wait, maybe my screen is a bit down. Let me just... Oh no, my screen is fine. But I think like high contrast works for this one. I mean, it works for a lot of the shots, I guess. Wait, I guess that's something that I'll need to think about for the final renders. I think color management can also be done after. It can also be done in post-processing when you bring it to a painting software. But yeah, high contrast. Yep. But now, like with high contrast, it pops up even more. And I think that's just what I want to look for the test renders. I think this one. Let me just separate this. Maybe I should just put it. Oops. Color management. Oh, wait, no, this one is here. Just trying to like put things in order of what I should check first before, because like things like swapping to high poly sculpt, that would be something that I do last. I already know what it looks like. Let's see. I'm not sure whether it's over here. But yeah, I already know how it looks like and it looks good. So this is not something that should be done first before all these things are done. It's just like trying to prioritize what should be done first. I think this one should be ready now. I think face. Not sure whether this would be useful or not. And this was the original lighting that I used to set up the Blender file, so I'm not going to use that. So right now I'm just looking at what are the qualities I like in the different shots. Like this one's quite cool. The white color rim light in this. Let me just. So there's a white color rim light somewhere here. I think it's this one that is shining behind. But so the angle is here. The flames camera is here. So the white light is somewhere here. But because it's not that's a random thought that I had. So the white light is sitting here, but it's supposed to be a rim light, but because this camera angle is 90 degrees rotation of that, it's hitting more like the front light and the rim light, which is the back light, they're hitting both sides like this, which can be a cool look too. Although it's quite similar, I guess it's quite similar to this, but this one has like the more final colors that I'm going for. And this one is quite, like in some sense, if I render it like this, it will kind of look like a shot of rendering a 3D print in a way, as in setting up the tiny box and taking a picture of the sculpt like this with like brighter lights and all that stuff. Well, this one I'm definitely not using. Yeah, so this one's I'm not using. Which one's this? I guess this one is snake cam. Yeah, it kind of makes sense though, because the snake and the bird is here, and they are completely these things frames that shot. So a lot of the lighting is in the middle right here, but it's also being blocked by this. So like snake cam is definitely not. Like what I wrote here is that maybe I should rotate the camera. Maybe I should do like a new folder of prep shots, and with this new folder I will copy and paste this. This is keep prep. Where's the other one? Wait, this is top prep, okay, prep snake. Although if the snake, I might want this. I guess this is, need to name this as face prep. Okay, so I just put all the kind of like the semi-final shots together in a folder. So there's this, there's this. This one matches this more. Yeah, I think the colors, or at least the red, is too much. Yeah, not really sure. I know that Messmer's flame is supposed to be quite red, but but like I like this look overall a lot. Then this is too orange. Also have some keywords of what I want to remind, like put in my head as I'm doing the colorings, like all that is golden. But then I know that Messmer is like in the shadow and there's no grace there, I guess. So I don't know whether gold tones are, I don't know whether gold tones make sense. I mean, like, makes sense for the Dark Souls 2 character. But maybe what makes more sense would be, I guess what makes more sense would be this. But I'm not really sure why these two are so different. Yeah, I'm not really sure why this one is so different from everything else. Because they are kind of using very similar lights. I don't think I changed. I'm like putting them together and realize like how different this one looks compared to everything else. I guess because there's more reds in this, or like more whites. Or I think because this green color hue here, they are all just used for rim lights in this shot, so they don't really show up in this. And then I changed the light that hits them here, the key light that's like hitting this now. I changed it a bit more green. That's why the overall look here is more green. Here I just like problem solve, but it's like all these stupid things that I do that I keep forgetting. Yeah, so yeah, I really have to think about how to put them all together. Okay. Put it at the back of my head. So this one I'm not using. Also, this is just a variation of this one minus the white light overall, so I can just skip that. I'm just gonna put this here and then look at this. I guess this one is not really working out that well too, because like if you look at this shot here, there's a lot of fog happening here if I compare it to the older renders. But which is good for this because the main attraction is this, the focal point is here. But for this, in this case, I don't want this to be so washed out and flat, like really flat. Like this is the low poly sculpt, but it's still really flat over there. And like this is just this without the white light hitting, and the white light is really making it so washed out. So like maybe I'll use this one. This one is a bit too like too dark, I guess. And also it really shines too much on this. Like it's a cool look. I'm going to save all of them out first. But yeah, most likely let me see. Top view. I feel like I should have been labeling my PNGs instead of just saving them out as like version 55, 56, 57, but I've been a bit too lazy about it. But I think for this one I will do like a version 65, and then I think this is top lights. And then the next one is the cape lights. And then the next one is the snake lights. And then the last one is the close-up lights. I guess like face lights. Okay, so I've already saved them with their respective lighting names. So just making sure that I saved it all. So this is cape lights, face lights, snake lights, top lights. Okay. I kind of like the way that this white light is hitting though. And I also like the rim of this compared to something like this. I think the rim light, especially if you like if you haven't seen my sculpt process for this with like my nomad sculpt streams, which is just like me streaming doing my sculpt. I started my first flame sculpt was Messmer's handball, and then it was this one, and then it was like all these. So you can see like the difference in the details that I have over here compared to like these ones, or like even these ones. It's really different. So this is something that I need to go back in and like touch it up so that this matches up with something like this. But also because of that, and I'm not going to re-render the shot when I'm done with the sculpt, I guess. Like I'm not going to refine the sculpt and then re-render it again, because I would have posted this online by then. But because of this lower detailed flame sculpt, it really helps when there's all these different rim light. I mean, not different rim light, but it helps with the rim light hitting all the different faces from the side. You see, like, even though this is much like lower poly than these, I think it looks a bit more refined this way. So those are like some of the thought processes I have when it comes to choosing what I want for this. I think the same goes for something like this. This one is quite flattened out, although it's quite nice. But maybe it'll work better this way. I mean, the only thing is that this one is really bright because of the lack of this white light here. But maybe what I'll do is to do like a combination of this and this. So and then these two I also like how the light around Messmer is pushing this out in the foreground compared to this. So yeah, I'm going to duplicate in the same way as what I did off stream for this one. For this shot, I'm going to duplicate the lights and then test them one by one like this, like that, like test them one by one and see which one I want to keep for that angle. Oh, this is a snake cam. Yes, it's also quite interesting. Like, I'm seeing it in the thumbnails. Not sure how can I go even smaller than this. But you can, there's like this red and green hue happening from left to right. I think this is more obvious. It's a bit too like cut off. I mean, like this was done for a different camera angle, so but I think these are the colors that I want to inject in the final shots. Wait, so I want the top light. I want the first two. So I'm gonna open this. I think I should switch this off too because I'm not using that. Just making sure that it's not rendering. I'm not using the snake cam. I think I'll copy this. So same as usual, select the light, shift D, escape so that they're not moved, and then press M. Well, I need to create a new, and then DS2 lights. And I can put this inside this and change this to yellow. I'm just making sure that I copied everything in. And now I can turn this off. And oh, this one is not inside the folder. Okay, so now it's inside. I'm gonna close this and then keep lights. I don't need this one. Okay, and now Shift D, Escape M. And then DS2 lights. And I can turn this off. And I can close this. And now I have all these lights. I just have to, so the first things first is to kind of make sure that it's not, so these two are exactly the same, I think. Yeah, so I will delete one of them. Then this one, these two are different. This one is this one, this one. Which one is this? Yes, can also search it. I find that it's always hard to tell. Maybe I should just, I feel like one of this one is the red light here. Okay. This one's the same. I think these two are the same. Just one is less red. So I think I'll keep the one that is less red. So this one delete. So I have this one. Then this one is the one in the front, I think. I'm not really sure about this one. But there should be a duplicate for this. Okay, then this one is the top-down view. This one is the side view. Yes, because I'm feeling a little under-caffeinated, I'm going to listen to some music while I clean this up, and also like toilet. Have a toilet break first. Keep pressing the wrong buttons today. Must be the lack of caffeine. Just like I'm back. Thank to anyone who's new to the stream or my Conabit channel. I think it may seem like overwhelming with all the likes that I have for my shots and all that. And I think it's true if I... Oh, let me just put the... I think it's snap. Oh wait, no, I learned the shortcut for this. I think shift S. Oh yes. Learn something new every day. Cassette to world origin. Okay. It just neated this way. Like OCPD on me. But yeah, like it may seem overwhelming, and like the truth is that if I wasn't working on this project from scratch and I was given a file like this from like some other artist and I'm told to build it up from there, I'm going to be quite overwhelmed by it too. But this is all just a product of like slowly building things up one by one, getting used to Blender 2 over the past few days. Like just like putting in the hours, putting in the work, putting in the practice, and like slowly learning up different things that will help with the workflow and all that. So yeah, like if I've seen this file like last week or maybe like 2 weeks ago, I'm going to be quite overwhelmed by it. But I think now like I know the rationale behind all these things. I mean, not really. It's like sometimes I kind of like just relying on how it looks like this without really understanding like why it's working so well. But yeah, it's just building things up, seeing what looks good, and just trusting in the process. Let me just switch it back to this. So I think now I can start on... Oh, and something that I learned from yesterday's stream is that I keep forgetting to turn this off. But I think I was doing a better job about it last night. And now that I've had like a good night's sleep and I'm working on the Blender file for another day, it's a lot easier to remember to switch this off now as a habit. So this is just a HDRI. Also like more quickly moisturize my face just to put some cool water and stuff on my face to wake up, but I'm starting to get sleepy again. So I'm going to listen to some music while I clean this. So as usual, I'm just starting with the base like just HDRI, just to check that nothing weird is going on, and then I'm going to start cleaning this up and also start choosing the lights that I want from this list. So that's what I'm going to do. Also, all these key lights and whatnot, they're all meant for the other camera angles. Now it's rim left. So just labeling it to not confuse myself. I'm also rendering out the different lights that I'm kind of like confused with which one I want to keep, because it's quite hard to look at it in the viewport. So this way, like I think these two fireballs are around, it's probably like around the same area, and I'm not really sure, like, do I need to keep both of them? So now that I've already seen what they do individually, I'm gonna render both of them combined and see if like it looks better with just a single one of them. And that's generally how I check the work that I do, especially when it comes to like having all these lights at my disposal. So like I'm not really sure whether or not it's just like I like the colors here. I like the colors, but like I guess it is giving some variation, so yeah, I think I'll just keep both of them. Also, just a reminder that the reason why this viewport looks really different from the renders, this is supposed to be on, but I just find it easier to look at what is happening with the volume off and then just looking at what it looks like in the renders, because it's just way easier to see all these things from the renders. Yeah, so like I like this one, but I don't know whether it's just a matter of changing the fog. Like, should I just rotate it or should I just keep it as it is? I mean, one of the things that I can do is also just reduce the intensity of this light so that it doesn't really hit this so much. But yeah, let's just keep checking the other lights. That was a productive session. Isn't it so cool when it's high res? I haven't seen my high poly flames rendered in a while. So it looks really awesome. I think I mentioned in my captions that the noise threshold would make it a lot more accurate, but also like putting this in 4K, there'll be a lot more details. Like right now, if I zoom in, this is just the max that it can give because this is only like 1920 by 1080. But still, it is still like quite a big jump from this to this. But then with the noise threshold lowered and samples high and 4K, it's gonna jump a lot more. I think quite excited to see that jump. I'm not really sure what type of style I want to go for because I can kind of go for like a more dramatic look like this. But I think it will just depend on the other renders and also just when I want to post it online, what kind of idea I want to do behind it. Like is it just to show the sculpt or yeah, not sure. This is where's the, let me see, this is the low poly. Guess that's always the trouble with trying to finish something, which I don't really have a lot of practice on, so I guess I should keep trying. Oh, this is the so right now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're all quite they're all quite different from each other. I think I was like thinking maybe it makes more sense to just rotate the whole lighting setup or something, but I guess like all the camera angles are quite different. Like this is quite low down with more close up. Then this one is yeah, like this one is like top down. This one's also top down, but like with the lighting of this on this, I think when I saw it, it was like quite distracting in a way, or like too messy. Yeah, so I ditched that idea and I'm just going to do like a very specific lighting for each of them, and it's my own personal project, so I can choose to do that too. Okay, now to think. I had some issues, unexpected issues, but I guess it's always expected to get into unexpected issues that slows me down. That I just realized from changing the fog cube for this angle that I've already settled with the texture for one of the shots and also the main camera. I think like, I guess I like the fog that came right off the gate for this shot. So I just have to make sure that I didn't mess something up in the process of changing it for other camera angles. So this one is dedicated for this angle. I'm going to just check that the other angles are fine. Like, I just don't want to mess something up. So this one, make sure that that's switched off. Let's check the snake cam. So maybe I'll just... So this one is done. Just making sure that nothing is lit. I think because I'm not used to doing a... Oh, I guess this is a good time to make this less saturated too. Just to see how it looks like. But then that brings this out a lot. But I guess it's alright. So right now I'm just checking. I guess I don't really have much time left, maybe because I want to have dinner and gym, do some deadlifts and some pull-ups. Oh wait, I keep forgetting to turn this on. So now I'm just checking that the fog is not different from my renders. And I think there's no change besides the lighting. Yeah, I think I lean towards this whiter render. I just can't get... This also reminds me of my old job where I'm like just constantly doing this all the time. Because you're kind of like looking at the pixels too. I'm not really sure like why that's different. Might just be the denoise. Wait, why is it so different? Not sure whether what did I change? Yeah, listening to this right now, it's quite good. Sure. I can't tell whether or not it's sharp, but it doesn't really matter too. This 50% opacity. So it's really weird. It's supposed to match up completely. Maybe I need to make top view. Maybe what I should have done is to just create a different one for everything instead of doing this. So I think like going forward in future projects, this is also something that I need to make sure that I create different materials for if I'm changing things up. So I'll just call this snake. And then this one is correct. And it's the one that I just did. This is close up. I'm not sure if maybe I should check this one first. Yeah, you know what? I think I wouldn't have time to do the main lights today, but I'm quite happy that I'm done with one other camera angle. So let's just check that everything is correct. No, I think because I am using the fog, I can just delete this. There's no reason to save this one. Can't see shit. Where is it? Okay, so yeah, I think just as I suspected. I wasn't thinking about making individual textures. So I guess that is something that I will just do off screen to get back the smoke renders. I mean the noise texture that I initially rendered these with. Probably I can just get it from the older file or something. I'm not sure whether I can. Yeah. It's quite annoying when I keep doing shit like this to myself. But, well, it's not, the differences are not really that big anyway. So, it's just like really minor stuff that I'm like, I like it. I like it a lot more in the previous one. So, that's something that I need to figure out. But I think on a different note, maybe before I end this, that I can maybe just try and render the different cameras. Let me see, this one switch off. Might as well, because this is pretty fast. I guess now I have 1, 2. And before that, also cross this out because it's done. That looks quite good. So next one, sneak cam. So I guess the next stream that I'll be doing would be to do the main camera, because I will fix the volume, the noise textures off stream. Because I guess those kind of things is like, it just takes so long, and like it's kind of stupid too, I guess. I think this one is done. Keep cam. Oh wait, I have one extra angle, so I have 5 test renders to choose from, I guess. And then can't wait for the day when I can just put everything in high res and render those out. Oh, wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, I got ahead of myself. Then after this, oops, please don't crash on me. Okay. So depending on the other shots, like maybe this will fit better or this will fit better. Let me just render over this for the last one. Oh, I just opened the chat and oh, thanks for the chat. Hello, Dayhawk, Etienne. Hello again, JT Bassman. Feel like I've seen that name before, but oh, JT Bassman. I've not played the DLC or anything because I'm challenging myself to finish something before I can play something. I mean, play Elden Ring DLC. Just to give myself motivation to finish something. So I'm really sorry, but I don't understand like what characters is, but sounds really cool. Yeah, I think I guess it's like watching all the. I mean, like, I know what the mods are because I watched them. I watched some of them, like Millennia against like 40 sorcerers or something. I can't really think of it right at the top of my head because I'm trying to avoid anything Elden Ring related right now. But yeah, I will keep that in mind when I can finally play the Elden Ring DLC. And this reminds me of my days. Well, and looking at Dayhawk's comments, I'm like, parent and child links in the hundreds. I was working in the VFX industry for a while, but I was in Rotopaint, and then I moved on to junior compositing. But yeah, like I would think that if I was working in the 3D what's that? In the what's that? 3D department, that I would have more experience with like all these things. But yeah, it's good to know that this one is not really super overwhelming. I think like in my first stream, I was showing how like I parent axis and all that, or like parent the sculpt to an axis with a rotation so that I can do like a turntable thing. Wait, not the sculpt. Parenting the lights and the cameras to the axis so that it rotates around the sculpt. But then I deleted that off because it's just cleaner to me like this without that parenting thing. Like I don't really know how the parenting works too, because it will create the axis here and then the axis will have a drop down with like dots. I mean like the dotted line down here and all the objects that is linked to. Like I just found it really messy. Probably because I don't really understand like what's going on with the outline in that way. Like to me it would make more sense if the axis would be like here as like this, and then I can parent everything like organize everything down like this. But I guess you can't. Or maybe it will make more sense if like the empty is in the collection and then these are parented to that collection. Yeah, I don't know. But anyway, that has been deleted, so so that the outliner is just a little bit cleaner for me to look at things. Yeah, so this is the, I guess I can bring up the older shots to prep. And hello Etienne, how's your day so far? It's been quite great except for the low caffeine. But I'm going to the gym later, so that's going to be like a good dopamine and energy boost I hope for tomorrow. And hopefully tomorrow I can finish the main camera. So working my own system. Yeah, I think I feel the same way where like when I try to cram too much information in my head, I tend to like forget it really fast. Like I went to art school to learn 3D. Mainly like 2D stuff, but I was really interested in 3D right off the bat. So I would kind of like dedicate quite a lot of my personal time just like doing more 3D work than I would say like my fellow classmates, I think, or at least for certain things. But it's also because I felt like I was like a slower learner. So I do like dedicate a lot of my time on it. But at the same time, like 4 years is, I do find like 4 years is quite short in the span of trying to learn everything 2D and 3D. Like the only upside was that I have been drawing a lot since I was a kid. And like I would draw like, I guess, any chance that I get, even on my homeworks and everything, on my assignment sheets and all that stuff. So in terms of like 2D, it's not really that great either, but like I don't need to learn 2D like right from like the super basic, and so I could spend even more time to do 3D work in school, even though the cost was like to learn both 2D and 3D stuff. But even so, I found that when I went on to like VFX job, it's like I wasn't doing a lot of 2D drawing or even like 3D works and because I didn't have that practice, like I was like focused on using Nuke and one of the companies one of the software for Rotopaint, that I just forgot so many things. And also at that time, like we were using Maya, so like it just except for like the soft skills where you kind of learn 3-point lighting and all that stuff. Yeah, I like forgot so much. And I feel like it really is the thing of like trying to cram so many things inside just to finish assignments and all that things, but also not finding what I was personally interested in, which is really normal for, you know, as a kid. It's really normal to not know what you want to do. So like, yeah, just hang in there. And yeah, it takes time. It takes a lot of work, and also like some sacrifices in some parts of your life, but it'll be worth it in the end. Also, like all these things, I think YouTube has been a really good source of tutorial for me. So I just like pick up what here and there. I also did a donut tutorial, but you know, like the donut being not like what I'm personally interested in, I completely forgot so many things in the donut tutorial that like all these things that I learned that I know right now is just based on what I picked up doing my first project, which is like the first sculpt before this. So yeah, and like I found that I remembered the stuff that I learn in the first project. I mean, I'll just like bring it up. I found that I just remember so much more because like it felt personal to me. The usage of, where is it? This one? Like the usage of all the shortcut keys. Like this one. Like all the shortcut keys and like the things that I set up for this. Actually, like when I look at this, it's a lot more so much simpler. So much more simple. I think it'll be cool to come back to this after I'm done with the Messmer sculpt and apply what I learned from the Messmer sculpt onto this because this is like my personal art. So I really want to kind of like put this to justice, I guess. But back then, like I really didn't know that much with this, so yeah. But I found that I really remember a lot of things more from this project because then like the donut project, because I mean, for one thing, I wasn't like cramming so much information in my head, but another thing is that things made sense for me because I was making it for my own stuff. And maybe that is something that maybe you can find along the way. And like I used to work on quite stupid stuff myself too, but it's like when you get better and better over the years, you will soon look back onto those things with fond memories. Like it's like seeing the progress that you have made is really comforting, I guess. And then oh, I see. Oh, Dayhawk, thanks for the explanation. You have to stop between. I'm not really sure whether I have latency on. I guess I will have to check. But my delay for the stream to chat is just I tend to not keep my chat open when I'm doing my work because it means for some days I'm still like quite anxious about what kind of chat I will get, I guess, because like external chat is just something that you can't control, right? And like for another thing, it's like yeah, I'm not sure. Like I've been trying to think of whether or not I should keep my chat open or not, and then there was one time that I did, and it wasn't really that great mentally. It was just like that one time. I know that it doesn't happen all the time, but yeah, it's just yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm still thinking like I really appreciate when people ask questions or talk about 3D stuff, so that's why like I want to keep the chat open, but then yeah, it's something that I'm learning to overcome, I guess, slowly, bit by bit. So maybe, like, who knows, maybe the next one. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, it is very distracting, right? And like, because you can't control like what kind of stuff you want, and in some sense, like you can't push your ideals on other people too. So, and like I appreciate like the various different kinds of comments that people give that I wouldn't have thought about too. But yeah, like there were some times when like Yeah, especially with sculpting actually. Like with Blender, it's not really that bad because it's more mechanical to me. But I think during the times when I stream my nomad sculpt streams and I'm just like in some sense drawing, I think like the chat, if there's a chat, it will be more distracting at that time. But yeah, like something to think about. Maybe I'll never keep the chat open until, yeah. But it's also really nice that the people who have been coming back to my channel has been really understanding that I don't keep my chat open till like later on. So yeah, it's really cool to, yeah, it's like little things like that which makes the experience really cool too. It's like, thanks for being understanding, guys. Anyway, I think I should save these out before I go. Not really sure. Oh, since you're asking about sculpting and I have this open. And I guess I still have a little bit more time. This one, I don't have a stylus right now, but let me see. But I was kind of like shifting things around for one object right here. But maybe I'll just like duplicate this because I don't want to mess things up. Maybe this one is fine. I don't have a stylus, but I've tried sculpting in Blender last time and it's not bad. It's just that at that time I didn't really understand anything about these that well. So like the thing of doing like dynamic topology for sculpting, that was what I learned with I learned that from Nomad Sculpt, because like the UI in Nomad Sculpt is really good. Like I think you should try Nomad Sculpt. It's just a one-time payment and it's really worth it. Also because I don't have a Cintiq, so having my like iPad from 2017, my iPad Pro from there, was like a really good experience to just have fun with sculpting, because having fun is like the most important aspect for me. So I think I'll just like use the mouse and like just try to do what I usually do. I usually have like use the draw sharp or the crease as like a drawing tool kind of, because in ZBrush there's like dem standard, right? In Nomad Sculpt you don't have dem standard. I don't know whether Blender has dem standard. I know that it's a really good brush. I've tried it before a long time ago. So like the hack that I do is to use like either draw sharp or crease to do it, but also I have to use it with dynamic topology, so that the mesh is not so distorted in a way. Yeah, so that's kind of like how I will do it with a mouse. It's quite hard. But you know, coming back to doing sculpting in Blender is actually quite nice. Well, if your friends have been telling you to use Blender, you totally should. Okay, F is to adjust the... Yeah, so I think intuitively it feels really good. I think the other thing too is that like ZBrush has a lot of specific tools to create a lot of cool things. I'm not really sure whether Blender has it, but yeah, I haven't really been using Blender except for lighting and rendering my sculpts. So yeah, but it feels, with like the mouse right now, it feels pretty nice. Yeah, like I'm just like getting distorted and just moving things around just to get a feel of, like, trying to compare it to Nomad Sculpt. It feels pretty good. Let's try to drag. You know, it feels pretty similar to Nomad Sculpt. I mean, I guess like all these tools are just universal. Like ZBrush is gonna feel like this too. Ah, yes. Like I've seen quite a lot of plugins for Blender, although like I seem to see it more for hard surface and for doing like retopo and all that stuff. But yeah, just thinking, why did I use Blender to sculpt? I have to check whether or not the where is it? This one is high res. Let me just move this out. Oh, nope, not at all. All these are duplicated, so yeah. I'm also quite curious to kind of see how it feels. So like right off the bat, this one feel like it's a little bit laggy. Let me just yeah, something like this. It's like completely fine in Nomad Sculpt, but I guess over here is like a little bit laggy or something. But so far, still so good. The only thing is that I don't know how to do dynamic topology in Blender yet, because I haven't been sculpting in Blender. So I can't test that. And also I don't have a tablet plugged in to my PC, so it just makes more sense to sculpt. Or like the nice thing that I find with Blender on PC was that I could screen mirror it to my iPad, and I could use my iPad as like a Cintiq. Oh wait, no. I can only do that from my MacBook, but my MacBook is not really as strong, so it was like I wish that there was a kind of like a free way to just connect the PC to an iPad, but we can't have everything. So yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Well, there's something called quad remesher that's also on Nomad Sculpt, and it's in Nomad Sculpt as a add-on payment, and it's also on Blender. As in, you can use it for Blender, you can use it for 3D Max. It's ZBrush, I'm not really sure, but you can pay for a download on the website. And I used that for the previous sculpt, but it just made things. It made the polygon even higher. So like something that's decimated is a lot. It's a lot faster. But yeah, like coming up from as a graphic on screen with us, yeah, I'm kind of pushing my computer to the limit sometimes, I guess. But yeah, like I come from a 3D artist. Wait, no, I'm not a 3D artist background, but I've learned 3D art, and I've learned like how to like maximize topology and to make it clean and all that stuff. But which is really good for like all those for like simple the stylized characters that I was doing last time in school. I know that it will make a lot more sense for like the humanoid things too. But yeah, like, and I used to be like really picky, or like I'll like nitpick on like the topology and like make sure that it's perfect and all that things. So like I guess like if I have to retopologize this, then it has to be like this, and then the 5 points has to be here, and then it has to be like this, it has to be like that. But like I'm not sending my sculpts to be animated, so it's just like one extra, like eventually in the past few months I realized that it's just one extra thing that I really don't have to do because it's already rendering out fine in the first place. So yeah, I mean sometimes I feel like I'm giving bad advice because the wireframe is just so shit. But it's really dependent on like whether I guess if I am working in VFX or like animation, that it really matters, but or like in games. But this is not. I hope that they will sponsor me one day in like the future. I really do. But even so, I really love Nomad Sculpt, and like I really love Blender so much. Like it's kind of like mind-boggling to me right now that like how did I work with Maya last time in the past without let me just go back to this. Like without, I hope it doesn't crash. Should I save? Let me just save first. Like without this, like all you can see is probably kind of like this, and then you're like, oh, I was just rendering. Yeah, just like rendering, and and like changing the lights based on that. Like this looks like this is like cool shit. Yeah, fun times. Also, like I really don't have a clear image of what Maya was like when I was using it, but I don't remember Maya being that user friendly, which also was a bit sad to me because a lot of my fellow classmates, a lot of the girls in my class, they were quite turned off by 3D because the learning curve was quite steep, and the user interface is just really not friendly, I think. Like for people who don't like technical things. So a lot of the girls, they really like to draw. And like I feel even with like all the tutorials on Blender online now on really cute stylized cute characters, that Blender is just so much more user friendly. And I just wish that we had this 10 years ago, I guess. Because like it would have been more fun if a lot of my classmates were more into 3D like I was. Like I didn't mind the learning curve because I just like art so much that if I really like something, I would just push myself to learn and like sacrifice a lot of my weekends to like learn all these things. Yeah, it's really like, I mean, I don't know what the state of 3D software is now, but it's really mind-boggling to me that I can do this for free in my room. Yeah, I really love it a lot. And like, it's just so extra mind-boggling that this is available for free. And it's also like a huge part of why I can make all these in the first place, because Nomad Sculpt is just like a one-time payment and it's not that X. Like in Singapore dollars, was it like 14 Singapore dollars or something? It's really, or maybe 20. It's like so cheap. Like I bought it in maybe 2021 and was like on and off using it because at that time I didn't really know how to sculpt. Yeah, and then like after I learned how to sculpt with Nomad Sculpt, which has like incredible UI. Like the funny thing is that I used to not be bothered with user interfaces, and like I would kind of like change the way I work to revolve around the user interface of different 3D softwares. So like if I'm using Maya, I will know like, okay, I need to be like this. And if I'm using another software, I'm like, I need to, like the shortcut keys are like this. There's this quirk that they have to, like, so I need to kind of like bend myself around it to use the software. So like I was really not picky with how, like I know that there were quite a lot of people who were like, oh, like this really sucks. Like why did they make the shortcut key like this or something like that? And in the most part, I was never really bothered by those kind of things. But like now I'm so incredibly spoiled with Nomad Sculpt and Blender. So incredibly spoiled. And like I don't want to bash Procreate or anything, but I just really can't use Procreate because the user interface is not nice. Oh my god, I hope that they don't hear that. That's already out there. Yeah, like I get why a lot of people use ZBrush. It's like who knows, like maybe in the future I'll move to ZBrush. But well, one of the things that maybe you wouldn't know, but I have mentioned before, is that my iPad Pro is 2017. It's the very first iPad Pro that was released, and I got it, and I'm still using it to this day. It wouldn't be able to run ZBrush on iPad, but Nomad Sculpt is working there, so Nomad Sculpt for the win. And yeah, the only downside with using such an old iPad Pro is that I can't really, like, in some sense, this is kind of the, I mean, not really, but I am quite limited to the poly counts. But then it's like, it's a 10-year-old iPad, I guess. 10 years? Has it been 10 years? But yeah, it's like, wait, is it 10 years? Maybe my math is wrong. But it's a really, really old iPad, and Nomad Sculpt works on it. So that would be one of the things that I would kind of like consider for myself. But like because like sometimes I will just keep up with the latest, I guess, tech. So I've seen a lot of the cool things that ZBrush can do that I wish that Nomad Sculpt would have. And I think that is like in a big part like why people also invest in the monthly subscriptions for ZBrush. I just haven't found the reason to do it. So yeah, like maybe I'm also just giving excuses to myself. Oh, I see. Oh, that sucks, man. And like that's also part of the reason why like I had the chance to use ZBrush a bit and like Maya last time, because in school it was available for free, at least like for students to use. And then after I came out, I was like there's really no reason for me to spend monthly when my main job was like compositing. And I mean, not at that time wasn't compositing, but it was roto and paint. And then after that, when I was trying to get into sculpting, I was extremely unsure about whether or not it was worth for me to spend on it, because I mean, for one thing, like I'm really anxious, and like for me to be paying monthly was like a huge barrier for me for some reason. So it was, yeah, like if Nomad Sculpt or Blender didn't exist, I wouldn't have been able to make this today. Like this wouldn't exist, and I wouldn't be live streaming my sculpt stuff. I guess like my whole channel just wouldn't exist. But yeah, like yeah, there's some parts of like what you're explaining that I don't really also that I don't really understand, because I haven't really used them that much. And like I've seen a lot of 3D artists like having like tons of plugins, and like they know their way around the technology and all that. I'm just not one of them. So oh, thank you so much. Well, it was nice chatting with you and like just looking at, I guess, what the current state of 3D is like. That's cool. And like, well, this sculpt is just kind of proof that if you just want to do a sculpt with like really bad vertices because they're all decimated, that is completely fine to render it in Blender. Like Blender works perfectly fine. And I don't think I have like the strongest PC out there, although like I changed it in 2020, I think. Partly because I couldn't play Elden Ring on my old computer. Yeah. So, yeah. Thank you for hanging out, and I hope that you had a good time, that you enjoy your day. And I'll see you guys in the next one. And hopefully I will be able to finish this in the next stream, because I'm just happy that this is done for now. One more camera to go. Well, I have to gym too, so it's a good time to leave. Elden Ring is a new area to tell this sculpt. I hope that I did Elden Ring justice with my sculpts. So, thank you, and I guess I'll just say have a good day. I'm going off now.